We decided on a course of action in the morning. We chose to investigate how the Azorius Senate would be filling the vacancy left by Esperia's death. Let's see the names that I got here. Oh, that's the right one. Okay, so we found out a little bit about Dovin Bon, who was described as a newer addition to the guild. He's spent about 2 weeks as column master. He's described as very popular, talented, as sort of a precognitive mage, but not quite. He's a Vidalcan in his 120 to 150 year old range. And then we learned about the other column masters as well. We also learned that column masters are the only ones who are valid candidates to become guildmaster for Azorius. So, all 3 columns have their candidates, and there's going to be an election kind of deal going on. We also went to talk to, after we got all of that information, we went to talk to Azrael's mom, Amanita, and she was doing very, very badly. It was very sad and difficult to watch. She's very weak, very sick. Azra left very upset, very mad. And yeah, some information about Azra and her connection to Talia came out a bit. I'm trying to think of the exact details that we got and trying to separate what I know from what was explained. I think that it was explained that, like, she isn't there by choice, and that her parents had something to do with her being there. I don't think we fully understand the nature of it, but that'll come. We threw a little bash at the Caldera. Well, Callista went out into the street and screamed that there were free drinks and then proceeded to pay for them. That's how the bash started. And she kind of confided in Azra, as well as trying to, like, relate to her about not having your family where you want them, or having to leave them, or them leaving you, and promised that she would do what she could to make sure that that didn't happen to Azra. Through the course of the festivities, Taelon drunk horsed his way outside, and one thing led to another. Turns out Brother's missing. Tried to find some information about Brother and found information about Brother. He had been treated for injuries sustained from some sort of a weapon. And we know that the make and model can be traced back to the Liev column of the Azorius Senate, which is the one that was most talked about in our meeting with Broderick, which is the person that we talked about.
Brother.
Yeah, exactly.
Broderick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The
Broderick,
B and
yeah.
the ABCs.
Yeah. Yeah. What am I forgetting?
Sounds right.
Yeah, sounds
I don't
right.
think you're missing anything.
Okay.
Nothing that you guys know about.
Yeah. Same.
Exactly.
So, what are you guys up to right now?
Drinking coffee.
Is there
Oh,
a burb somewhere?
That's right.
Drinking so much coffee.
We did investigate Marai's vomit for pineapples. That was important.
Wow.
Just so important.
Delia's probably nursing a hangover.
Are we all at the caldera, or?
Yeah, everyone
Yeah.
that was drinking was put to bed by Mother Azra because she was the only one that made her.
Delia would choose to fail.
Azra wish she could have chosen to fail.
What? Wasn't the party before we went out?
Yeah, you and me went to go see Haima.
Oh yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
After.
we're wonderful. We're
Yeah, you're doing shit.
one
So,
of the other shit.
but you were heading back to the caldera.
Yes.
So,
On the way back, I'd like to get a pearl, though. A very nice pearl. 100
worth
gold?
100 gold? Yeah.
Yeah, funny. Funny you should mention that, but yeah.
Yeah. I'll allow it. You could stop by pretty much any sort of like
Mhm.
arcane store and pick that up.
Gonna do that.
So, where's the caldera? Here it is. It is a busy morning at the caldera. Lots of clanging of like knives and forks against plate. The banging of cups being put down after someone takes a drink. The squeaking of wood against wood as people push chairs to and fro. And suffering. So suffering. We find Cordelia, Azul, and Callista nursing what can only be referred to as the mother of all hangovers.
Not hungover, but yes.
Good for you. Really happy.
You're so loud. Stop yelling.
I told both of you to stop drinking.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember much.
Like, seriously, guys, is there a bird somewhere?
What is doing the squeak squeak?
I don't know. It's weird.
Is it me?
It's a
Don't.
squeak squeak.
A high-pitched squeak squeak. It's not happening now, but there was a high-pitched squeak squeak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird.
Weird.
Is it Joe?
Nope. Huh. Weird. Azra will pull the two girls. Pour. There we go. Pour the two other girls some coffee.
Callista from beneath the table just reaches a hand up to pull it down into the abyss.
Oh,
Where she
Azra was
lives.
definitely holding the coffee down into the abyss.
What do we have to do today, Azra?
I have a place to be at noon.
When is noon?
How far away is noon from now?
Like, 90 minutes?
In an hour and a half.
How can that be?
Well, you both slept in and I've been waiting for you to get up. Marai and Taelon went out and did some things. We're waiting for them to come back.
What do you have to do at noon?
I have to pick up an item.
Oh. Delia will just rest her head, forehead down against the table.
Drink your coffee. Feel remotely better.
I have to meet with somebody too, so
What time do you have to meet?
probably noon.
You can. Is it in District 6 or outside of the district?
It's outside.
Well,
Can I help?
No, it's fine. It's a personal meeting. It won't take too long.
Okay.
would you like to come with me, Cordelia?
Sure.
And
Where?
these sorry people is what Mirai and Taelon sees as they enter the caldera. Cordelia and Azrael are sitting on opposite sides of the table. You can just barely see the toe of Callista's boot sticking out from underneath the table.
Ah, it is good to see you all up. You look splendid.
Clop, clop, clop.
Exactly. Like he makes just like he clops a little harder.
Just drink your guys' weight in coffee, and you'll be fine. Trust me.
It hurts.
I'm honestly surprised to see you up, Mirai.
Well, there was an investigation due, and that helped.
And I'm assuming magic also made it so.
Well, magic is definitely the only reason I'm clean. Because
That
the
is
tub
very
was
true.
untenable.
You threw up so much.
Ew.
I
That's
cleaned
probably
up.
why she's sober.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's probably why she doesn't have a hangover. She just threw up all the
Right.
alcohol.
That's my secret.
That's my secret cap. I always throw up. Well, do you all have something to do then in the afternoon, or are you just coming back from wherever you went off to?
But it really is not going to take too long, so where should I find you?
What do you mean by not too long?
Well, I mean, like, my appointment isn't going to take a very long time, so I'm sure that I'll be done with it before everybody else is done with their things, so I can meet up. If I know where to find you.
I'm going to Talia's after I pick up the item.
Okay. So do you want us to meet you there, or no?
If I'm not back at the Caldera tonight, then yes, I would like you to go to Talia's.
Okay.
Not to the building, but... Listen, I took something that is very important.
Okay. Kalista starts to peek back up into the booth. Just the head and shoulders. What did he take?
If I get caught with it, you won't. I'm not sure what will happen. But I'm giving them to Cordelia once we pick them up. And I will return the original set. I have a sneaking suspicion I will be killed if I get caught.
Am I gonna be in trouble if I get caught?
You will not be coming with me to Talia's. You are just taking the item. that
Don't
I had
listen to
made.
God, listen to me.
Listen to me. Ignore God. Ignore God. God does not see all or understand
Okay,
all.
I might still be drunk and
You are very drunk
hearing
still.
things, but it sounds like you're giving me the thing that bad people want to kill.
No, I'm taking the
Person.
bad.
Oh,
I'm taking the bad thing. You're getting the copy of the bad thing
okay.
that no one knows has been made except for the man I paid to make them and myself and now you.
Okay. Sure.
God scares me. I have religion problems. I'm terrified.
That sounds incredibly dangerous, and I wish you luck. Taelon and I also found some troubling news.
But
What sort of news?
are you sure you want to hear it while
Of
you
course.
are? Well, you seem to be 5 feet under right now.
It's only about 3.5.
Well, it involves the Azorius Senate, more specifically the Laev Cullen and my brother. Seems like the Azorius have given up on arresting people and instead kills them.
What?
Yeah, Callista will crawl out from beneath and take the whole pot of coffee.
My brother
That's...
went missing, and Mirai and I, found out he had been treated by a centaur by the name of Haima. The arrows used to shoot him were Azorius, more specifically from the Laev Cullen.
And the strangest thing about these arrows is they didn't have a knock. They didn't come from a bow, or even a typical crossbow.
That doesn't sound like what they would do.
How do you
normally.
know it was Azorius?
By the design,
Yeah.
It, it, it could be a frame job.
it could. But by the sound of it, someone rose to power very quickly. Maybe my brother stuck his nose out too far. He's been meeting with people, unsure who. He's been making sure that no one follows him around.
Yeah.
Even
What?
you're his brother.
He is an interesting part of the family. He likes his secrets.
Okay. We need to find your brother.
That was the thought. But at the same time, from what I gather, you also have your own things to do.
That can wait.
It really didn't sound like it.
Well, it only affects me, and if I don't turn up, then she'd have to come and find me.
Great.
It's highly unlikely that she would come herself, and I can deal with most things that she sends.
I'll be with you too. So
Alright, I'll push my appointment up and I'll be right back. And it will be fine, and we'll go and we'll start, and we'll maybe even have a plan. And that will be a really good thing to have, because we need one.
We probably do.
Agreed.
Yeah, Callisto will run upstairs and get ready and head to her appointment.
Yep.
As was quickly gonna go and pick up the fake keys and the real keys.
I'll identify the cloak.
Also putting the real keys in that secret hidey hole in that tree.
Mm-hmm.
Real keys go there, fake keys stay with me.
Doing all this crazy spy shit.
I'm just gonna put memos so that I remember where I put shit.
the room is moving too fast for Delia.
So, where are you going? What are you doing? What's your plan? Do you have one? Let's talk about it.
Where was the last place your brother was seen? First of all.
And Heimer. I explained the area. Because Cat will remember.
He would head south out of Precinct 3. But then Taelon would always lose track of him. But it seems like he was going to New Prov most times.
So, when was the last time your brother was seen?
Before his shift. Which is how many hours ago would I believe?
Well, the first shift that he missed yesterday, so he's been missing about 26 hours at this point.
Yep.
Like, no one was, like, super concerned the first shift he missed, but then he
Yeah.
missed the second, and that was, like, late last night.
Mm-hmm. So, over a day ago.
Is there a chance that he was arrested?
Go.
He was already attacked by the
Supposed Azorius.
Rios arrow things.
I mean, he could have been. I sincerely doubt it. And if so, probably not a lot of people would know.
So maybe we look around where he would have went into District 2 then. Into New Grove. Try and follow his tracks as best we can.
We can attempt, at least.
It's the best we have in hopefully trying to find him.
And on the way, if we find nothing, maybe someone I know within the Azorius have heard anything.
I could also ask. I know people that are often in District 2. In the shadows, they might know something about it.
Any help would be appreciated at this time.
Right? So, lead the way to the last time you saw your brother.
Very well. I will lead on to glory and beyond.
You do that. Give me um survival.
That's survival. Where's survival? Why can't I see survival? There we go, survival. I need to get my bad rolls out of the way by the seat of it. Phew.
I don't know if survival should be a low.
Yeah.
It's in the name.
You make your way at the edge of between District 3 and District 2.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, yeah, this is the area where I lost the track.
Yeah.
All right.
This is where I lost it the last.
This is going to be an odd question. Is there anything unique about your brother's hoof prints?
Would I know if hoof prints are just like fingerprints and they are super unique?
They're more like a boot print.
Yeah.
Like they are unique to an extent. A lot of centaurs stay within the conclave most of the time. So it's not that hard if you had like a fresh set to follow. It's kind of like, you know, you're following someone who wears like this type of shoe in this size and then trying to distinguish it from other footprints.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, there are some features, but at this point, you wouldn't be able to make it out.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to at least look around, would it? See if we
No.
can see anything. We can fan out a little bit. Cover more area.
Well, we can of course attempt.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna break up the group a little far and have a gander around. See if
Sure.
she can spot anything that would be like, a centaur was here.
Sure. Roll me an investigation.
That
Yeah.
makes sense.
It is the gate between District 3 and District 2. There are some centaurs. In fact, you can see some now. This could be a hive of centaur activity. Oh wait, District 3 is the hive of centaur.
Of centaur activity. Fuck!
Mhm.
I'm sleep deprived.
You are sleep deprived.
Maybe we should just try to get to his presumed destination from here as sneakily as we can. And maybe we'll follow the same path he took, just by using good logic. And maybe
Yeah.
we'll find a clue that way.
That's an idea. Who is the sneakiest of us?
I suppose either you or I.
Well, Taelon, you are a centaur like your brother. Maybe you take the same things into account when being stealthy.
Well, I can at least try. To try to get into the mindset of a sneaky centaur.
Yeah, why don't you roll me a stealth check?
I mean, I was just about to. Well, we have not rolled above average yet.
Yeah, you're feeling decently sneaky. So here's the thing about District 2. It's a richer area. It's not very crowded. Most of the main streets are paved. There is a heavy Azorius presence. It's quite hard to sneak. And like you're not really trying to sneak, you're like trying to use your sneaky brain to like figure out where your brother would have gone.
Mm-hmm.
And you realize there aren't many paths, if any, that would have kept him safe and undetected. It's just there aren't enough shadows. The houses are too far apart. Very little in the way of back alleys.
Mm-hmm.
And also, like, what the fuck was he doing here to begin with? He ain't no fan of the Azorius. So whatever he was doing here, well, it's weird. Roll me an investigation.
Yay, investigation! Hey, above average.
So you're looking around, and it's kind of like, are we even helping? Is this a wild goose chase? And you spot some of those strange arrows. It's in an alley between two buildings, although calling it an alley is, I mean, it's very short. But sort of in the shadow of two buildings. And it's probably the closest thing to like a position of stealth you would find. 2 arrows. One is intact. One is broken and have traces of blood on it.
Just waving the others over and then just going in to see if there's anything else interesting that would seem here that would give an indication of if the brother had been here and what had happened.
Yeah, as you move in, you do see like a couple of hoof prints in like the side, you know, where it's not paved.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing here. Like, it's just 2 windowless walls on either side of you. You do have a pretty good view of the street and the houses on the opposite side. But none of them, like, stand out as super significant.
Could one be able to tell where the arrows were shot from? Because if they were shot from one end of the alley, probably wouldn't be the way to go. if you want to flee.
No. Like, one of them is broken. It looks like maybe it ricocheted off the wall and broke, and the other one has blood on it, and it was obviously like torn out of a wound.
Mm-hmm.
So, what the original direction of the shot is anybody's guess at this point.
Mm.
The only way out of this little half alley is just back out of it, right? There's not like.
There's a street on either side, but
Okay.
like, there's only one building here. So, like, it's a single line of buildings. There aren't multiples or like double buildings. So it's only the length of like a single or the width of a single house, this alley.
Does boots or hoof prints show direction instead then?
No, it looks like someone's been here for quite some time, pacing.
Mm.
Maybe your brother was going to meet an informant, but he was made.
It would seem likely. Well, this would have caused at least a little bit of a ruckus. Maybe the shop owners or someone around would have heard it and remember a wounded centaur to have come charging out.
Yeah, it'd be good if we could look for witnesses, but it's a little risky. What business would we have officially?
Asking questions like that would raise more suspicion than answer.
True.
We should probably wait to question witnesses until we can get a convincing disguise.
Does anyone have a convincing disguise?
I could disguise myself, but it'd only be an illusion, and I'm not the best liar out there.
I can lie, but I stand out in the crowd.
Fair enough. Well, at least we know where it happened.
Is there any way we could come up with some business in the Liev column? If we suspect them, why not go to the source?
One of us could get arrested. Considering that's what happens there.
Or simply, we must know someone in the Liev column
We do.
It seems like a really big risk to go into what we're assuming is the enemy's court with no further plan of what we're doing. Even to walk in there and ask questions is dangerous.
We don't have to walk in there to ask questions. Someone who belongs there could find out without looking suspicious.
Any questions asked there would be in trouble.
Doesn't have to be there.
It doesn't have to be there. Cordelia, your brother works in Liev.
Yeah, I don't want to jeopardize him.
He wouldn't ask questions. It's his job to know who gets arrested.
We don't even know if the plan was to arrest him. Think about it. If they're changing their tactics, the head of the column is changing things up. You think anybody who goes snooping on this is going to get away lightly?
I'm not saying it's snooping. He has to know if changes are happening in his own column. It's his job.
So you would have him risk his life for information that we can't act on. Yeah.
I'm not asking for him to ask questions. I'm going to ask him if he knows now.
And if he tells you,
Then we figure
It's
something
just-
out with that information.
I do not want my brother jeopardized. Either of my brothers jeopardized for that.
And Taelon doesn't want to lose his.
It is understandable that she does not want to involve her own family. And it is a wish to be respected.
We'll figure something out without getting more innocents involved.
Fine. Do as you wish.
Question, would I know where Alien hangs out after work?
Where who hangs out?
Alien.
Yeah, there's a couple of drinking establishments that have her fancy.
Well, we can wait with asking any of the Azorius then. I will hopefully find someone I know when the usual work day is done. Until then, we can try to formulate either a plan or continue to look for clues.
And you still have to pick up Callista.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still have to go get Callista.
Might as well do that now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go get our tiefling.
So you head back to the caldera?
Was that where we agreed to meet Callista?
I don't think you... Like, Callista asked multiple times where you were meeting, but no one said anything, so...
Then I'm assuming then guessed she would be at the Caldera.
Logical place?
I could send her a message. to meet us somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we do have a
This-
sending stone.
Those things. Yeah.
Do you want to send her a message, Mariah?
Or else we would want to meet anyway.
Or at least find out where she is.
Well, she might still be busy with her thing. So, sending and asking her, where we will be to meet up might be the best. Because then it's in her court.
So just say, we're done doing what we're doing. We're going to the caldera. When you're finished, meet us there.
Yeah.
Okay, Mariah.
I'm counting words. Okay. I will send. Are you ready to meet back up? We were going to meet at the caldera, but if you have a spot, you can tell us.
Does Callista answer?
Yes. I'm counting words also.
Fuck.
Wow.
You guys, I think we might have a problem.
Why?
Why?
Callista sounded alarmed. She asked for help and for someone to save her. And
Can
that
you-
everything was on fire.
What?
Use it again and ask where she is.
It's one a day.
Shit.
Hey, Mariah, you know we don't ask very much of you to be using your thingamajig that you make from Izzet, but maybe this is the time
It's
to use your
alright, I'm on
thingamajig
it. Mm-hmm.
to use from Izzet.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Stand back. I might explode.
Ezra stands behind Taelon.
Wow.
Delia just keeps
Don't make
backing up.
anything explode.
What? Jesus. Callista! It's
What?
not funny!
It was really funny.
It wasn't funny. You worried us.
I watched everybody worry and it was really funny.
That's not nice to do.
I'm not a nice person.
You are a nice person.
That was pretty good acting. I was thoroughly convinced.
Thank you. So what did you find out?
Well, we know where Taelon's brother got shot, but other than that, we don't know much.
Not too many details.
No.
Well, it sounds like you need some help from a master detective.
Yeah, we did.
Yes?
Do you know anyone?
I don't know anybody that is master detective. Actually, yes, I do. could be expensive though.
It's not like we're short on cash.
That's true.
What?
Depends.
Don't worry about it, Cordelia.
If you pay me, I would learn everything that we need to know. Or I could do it for free.
The free option would be nice.
For you, I'm sure.
What's everyone's passive perception?
17.
50.
Wait, 15
15
on perception. 15.
13.
9.
9.
Mirai? Perception? Passive?
15.
Value?
15.
It's like Mirai.
Because I
So-
said it, I was
Yes.
just talked over.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Azrael and Cordelia. You're fine.
Oh.
The rest of you, you catch a glimpse of something. Like, it's quick. But it has like a sound as it flutters in the air above you.
Do we see anything fluttering in the air?
Yeah, it's quick. You barely catch a glimpse of it. It was like a very strange bird. It had wings.
What's fucking gargoyle?
Are those too small to be a gargoyle?
We were wondering what could have launched these arrows.
What?
Let's follow.
Birds don't.
Birds don't shoot arrows to my.
So sure it was a bird?
What else would it be?
It seemed small.
I don't know if you've ever seen the hummingbird, but
It don't make sounds like that.
Did we register if it darted behind a building or something, or just went above?
It was above you.
And then it just swoop.
Yeah, like you're in an alley, a narrow one between two buildings.
Oh, so it just went over, like, above.
mm-hmm.
Well, it could just be a bird.
I don't know about you, but I've never heard a bird make a top 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 noise.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be the wings.
Usually less noisy than that.
Mayhaps we should.
I'm gonna, run out and see if we can see anything, yeah.
Give me perception rolls.
Oh! Wow!
Huh? You guys heard something?
Should have helped you out with my portent of 2. It would have been an improvement.
It would have been a 1.
The die hate me.
Kalista and like Mirai, you can barely make it out. Kalista, you see it quite well. Looks a little something like this.
Oh, it's pretty.
It is pretty.
It looks kind of like a dragonfly or something. But like mechanical.
Is it? Or Simic?
I don't think
Simic
it's a
doesn't do anything with mechanical.
True. That is very true.
I suppose it could be Izzet, but what would it be doing in this precinct? And also, these don't really explode well enough for our tastes.
What is it doing now?
It's like flying over a couple of buildings, like pop, 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 pop. It's not going super fast. Like you can keep pace with it on foot.
Should we follow it?
I'm going to.
I would say so.
Alright, then I will follow.
What are we following?
This
I'll
little
help.
bird.
I'll point it out to.
I'm just gonna make
Cordelia
sure
so
that
she-
I have
so
mage
everyone can see.
armor cap, and I'm ready to go with things like
Yeah.
mirror image.
I mean, just for
Whirlwind.
interesting sake. Yeah. Just for interest, I'm gonna Hunter's Market.
Okay.
Can you do that without drawing its ire?
Yeah, it doesn't feel anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's just a mark, like,
Mhm. It seems to like stop and hover for a second over like a small square. And then it keeps like chugging along like top, 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 top.
Is there anything about it that would give away like what made it or what its origin is or anything like that?
Give me an I'd say insight. No, insight. Investigation.
oh,
Like
Another nat 20.
I mean, yeah, it's
For
a nat 20 is a nat
investigation.
20. Yeah.
Well, actually, my investigation, if I would have rolled it, would have been a 27.
You know what it reminds you of?
What?
Just the pattern and the ornamentation on it.
Yeah.
Looks a little like Sahili's bracelet. Or jewelry.
That's super interesting. When we finish following this thing, we should talk to Sahili. Because this thing kind of reminds me of her.
I'll trust you. That one.
And yeah, like the thing, it keeps like thumping along. And it leaves the district. And it's going from precinct 2 and crossing into precinct 4. Just keeps stopping along, stopping occasionally over like crowds of people.
And just heavily thumping along.
How
Yeah.
long does it linger?
It kind of depends on the crowd. Like the more people, the longer it sort of like just hovers in the air.
Cops got face recognition. We need umbrellas.
And then like you're somewhere like in the area like between Nivix and Tin Street. When it like suddenly turns and like up to this point it's been hovering along kind of slowly, like, you know, sometimes 20, sometimes 30 feet. But then it just seems to like turn its nose back towards Azorius and beeline it home. And now it's like it's not stopping. And it's going in a straight route, so like you lose it pretty quickly. It's no longer following buildings, roads where the people are. Now it's just going like over walls, and you have the hunter's mark on it though, so you can sort of feel it.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to be holding a steady course for Azorius.
Well,
For new prob.
it seems to be going back to Precinct 2. Toward New Prague.
Can you tell which column it's heading to?
Not yet. It's still too far out from the columns to like... Oh yeah, it's totally heading. But like
Try to see if you can when it gets there.
Yeah, about 7 minutes later, you... I need to check. Mark. That was one thing. You... No. Because you don't automatically know where it is.
No.
You just have advantage on perception and survival checks to find it.
Yep.
Yeah.
There are other like Azrael's thing.
I could have mind spiked it.
Yeah, Azrael has a thing that can just track all the things.
No.
Does my hex curse really do that?
I think
It's your doggos.
Yeah, I don't have the doggos.
that
Oh,
is
you have the
a,
other one. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a cursed spirit. I don't have doggo.
Well, that is pretty weird. Are there any others of them up? Like, we've been tracking that one, but like now that we've
Yeah, you
tracked
did
one...
see a couple of others. Like now you were suddenly like craning your necks, looking up all
Yeah.
the time. And you did see a couple of others. Like you saw other things too. Like there are plenty of flying things in Ravnica, and some are like, especially here, like there's tons of like little fairies and weird mechanical contraptions used to like, oh honey, you forgot your lunch, don't worry, I'll send it in the gobbledygook machine that you built for our anniversary, I love you so much, why did I marry a wizard, I mean my mom told me, but oh my god, you know, those kinds of things. But you saw maybe 10 to 15, you heard more than you saw, but like then you did see some, so you don't really know exactly how many there were.
You really think Sahili might know something?
I don't know anybody else that would know more. I mean, from what she described, she's really good at making things, and I haven't seen anything like this before, so it couldn't hurt to ask. Yeah, let's go find her.
Well, we know where she is staying.
You do
Shouldn't
know
be
where
too
she's
hard.
staying. Yeah, you make your way. back home, I mean, at this point, you should all just get fucking rooms. The colder.
No,
That's a good point.
we all present
And
Ezreal's.
at this point, like, it's maybe 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Is she there?
No, you don't see him. Or see her. I mean. But you've normally seen her around meal times, and it's like it's a little bit early for dinner.
Okay, true.
So maybe like
Late
in
lunch, yeah.
an hour and a half ish.
Azra,
Yes.
I've been meaning to ask you something for a little while. Ever since, like, the engagement party and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
What do you know about Tomek? I mean, it's not that they're not a cute couple. I mean, they are, but it seems like you don't think that maybe they're totally right for each other. It just seems like you're suspicious about something.
I'm not suspicious about him. It just happens out of the blue. That is the only thing, I guess, that bothers me about it. But that is also my fault. I wasn't around my family often enough to know if my sister was courting someone or if someone was courting her. What little I know about Tomek was that he works, or worked, I'm not 100% sure what it is now, but with Teysa. Outside of that, I have no idea who Tomek is, other than my soon-to-be brother-in-law.
You never met him in the course of your work?
I never dealt with pontiffs outside of Talia. And I never dealt with anyone below that other than cartel leaders. When you're a euthanist, you do your job. You don't ask questions, you don't go above heads that you don't need to be above.
And Tomek is like she was basically a mob enforcer, and Tomek was basically a lawyer.
Yeah.
Unless
so
she needed Tomek to represent her, their paths wouldn't naturally cross.
True. Mara was just good-naturedly asking, but I mean, you have met Tomek before in this campaign.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But that was. Did we meet
He's
Tomek
friends
before?
with you. Yeah, he's friends with your brother. You saw him setting up his desk.
Oh, fuck, I did meet Tomek. Didn't know who the fuck he was, nor was I
Yeah.
paying
Probably
attention.
how your sister met him and they started dating, and
Well, that would make sense.
It's okay.
your brother's maybe a bad date, but he appears to be a good wingman.
He does what he needs to do for his sisters. Why do you ask, Callista?
No reason. Just curious is all.
It matters little what I think about who my sister chooses.
Yeah. Speaking of this whole wedding thing, is Anna here?
Did Cordelia bring her?
Cordelia, did you bring your kid?
Kids.
No?
Sorry, yes, your kids.
Your babies.
They
Cordelia-
would be training and staying safe.
Could you bring your babies?
Show your babies.
Show your babies. We need to speak to your babies.
Why do you want my babies?
I just need to ask Anna a question. / also give her an imposition.
A what?
An invitation. It's an
yes,
invitation.
I meant invitation.
It's an invitation. She's invited to the wedding.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're invited to the wedding too. Don't be sad.
Oh.
She's like you all were invited before she was. Don't look. Don't give me that face.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Well, she's not really invited to the wedding. You guys are trying to arrange for her to date.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah,
brother.
but Cordelia doesn't need to know that.
No, but I feel like Damsel needs to know that
So yeah,
he was invited.
we're basically
and
trying
then
to hook up.
Yeah.
with
You got an actual official invitation, and now they're trying to latch your Anna to Azrael's brother.
But Delia doesn't know.
No.
Delia, you poor gullible idiot. I mean, I could bring them.
Yes. It would only take a few minutes. We just have to talk to Anna. You know, make sure she has all the details,
Mm-hmm.
that type of thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Do you guys want to come with to Boros? I just go.
Have I done anything recently that would get me arrested?
No, and you
Okay,
know,
wonderful,
like you
good.
have a little bit of time before
Yeah, we have some time to
Sahili's supposed to come to dinner.
Okay,
Yeah.
wonderful. Yes. Yes. Let us go meet your children.
Is it after work hours now? 4?
Yeah, it's around like 4-ish, and like dinner at the Caldera tends to be around 6-ish, so like half an hour before to like between 6 and 8. It's normally
Yeah.
din.
Yeah. More the idea that while they go do Bora's little kid baby talk,
Uh-huh.
go and find Alia, so time not be wasted.
Yeah. That sounds like a plan.
I don't think we need 5 to assault Anna.
No.
I'd also love to come, but I've got some busy work to do, and I can just stay here and watch for Sahili.
Sounds good.
Well, we better get to it then.
Well, yeah, let's start with the girl squad. You head to Boros. You know the way. You don't get lost. Roll survival. Maybe you do get lost.
Oh.
Just kidding. You find your way to Sunhome. And like Sunhome has plenty of courtyards, but as you like walk into the one that you guys normally train in, you see your babies. Like at this point, Anna is trying to punch Raslan with a stick. With like a training sword. But she's yielding it like it's a stick. Like she's obviously uncomfortable with it. And Morven and Zlatan are like sometimes yelling encouragement, sometimes trying to correct her style, but most of the time just laughing their brains off. Ruslan, however, is a talented swordsman, and he seems to enjoy the chance of like one-upping Anna.
Of course he does.
You just hear Mormon like, "No, girl! Spread your legs. You need to have your better stance. Straighten your shoulder. Stop dropping your left arm." In the end, Ami gets like frustrated and just throws the stick, which then like nails Roslan in the middle of his forehead. So much better with range. But she's like, "This is stupid. I don't understand why I have like you guys are frontline and backline." Morven and Slotan and Raslan all like immediately stand to attention. Anna is like gulping down water and she's like saluting with the other hand.
I'll take it. Anna, close combat is still important to be at least efficient with in case someone gets the drop on you and we're not close enough to take the aggression.
If you're let someone get a drop on you, you're already fucked up.
That's very true.
She has a point.
Feel like Cordelia's just like, stop encouraging
Yes.
her.
Insubordination?
It's still important.
Fine. It's important. I get it. Why does it have to be with like these swords? And like the sword are like they're practicing with mock long swords, but they're trying to get her to yield it two-handed, like as a strength weapon. And she's really bad at it.
Well, I don't use this. Have
I
you
know.
tried an axe?
No. I don't see how they would be any better. I mean, I guess I could throw them.
You can throw them. They're very versatile in that way.
What about a whip?
Her eyes like, ooh, now you're talking my language, girl. Like the famous archaeologist?
Yeah.
Interesting. You see Raslan get like slightly panicked look on his face, like, no. Oh, please don't make a girl with me. What's up, boss?
Well, opportunity. There's an off the clock opportunity.
She perks up, thinking about the last of the clock opportunity she had with you guys.
But
like,
behind her, it's just like
yeah,
as
like-
we're going like.
Casting a look at Cordelia, like, did we tell her about the off the clock thing?
How would you like to go to a party?
Yay, I love parties.
There's free booze and food. So
It's also
Okay,
a party.
okay, you made it sound good and now you make it sound bad again.
okay, but it's Orzhov food that we don't pay for.
It's true.
You would be going with Azra's brother. And you get to make his life a living hell the entire time.
Yes, exactly.
Who's your brother?
Caliban Prospero.
No, I don't know him.
He's like this tall and like this big. And he works in the Viscopa.
Is he ugly?
No, I don't think so. I don't think any of us are that ugly.
Does he have some kind of physical deformity?
No.
Does he have a very small penis?
I, I, I don't know.
Don't
I would
make her
just.
think about that.
It's my brother. As far as what I have heard from women, no.
Who tells you that?
Listen, he may or may not have slept with some of the ladies we had to protect in District 2. They talk, okay? It's their job.
Ugh.
So what's wrong with him that he can't get a date on his own?
Cause
His
he...
personality.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, he's Let me put this in the most clear of terms. He likes to hit and quit a lot.
Ah,
So why are you trying to set? What?
Okay, it's for the wedding.
Because
He
it's
needs
for
date.
2 reasons. Number 1, it's to... He does need a date, but that's reason... Okay, so there's 3. There's that reason. He needs a date. Number 2, he probably really does need to be taken down a peg or 2, which is where Anna comes. And reason 3, which is actually reason number 1 in my heart, is I really want you to be there.
Everyone is going, and you are a part of the gang, so you should go too.
Anna's like, I'm part of the gang? Really? You guys?
Don't.
Fine, fine. If you like need me to go, I guess I can go.
It's a wedding, of course you should come.
Yeah,
Who's getting married?
my little sister.
Sariar?
Yep, that's the one.
Right.
Yep. Just think it, the free booze, free food. And you can torment my brother. Because he will
Okay.
flirt with you the entire time, but do what you will with that.
Can I slap him?
It's okay, it's at the family wedding, maybe no slapping.
So where no one can watch, get it?
Yeah, exactly. Also, he might like that, so I'm not sure if you should do that or not. I'm not sure. We haven't discussed this. But, like, maybe, figure it out. I don't know if it runs in the family, okay? But listen.
Anna kind of like narrows her eyes like, oh, what did we learn about Adrol today? Fine, I'll go.
Wonderful. I will let him know. And also, we'll have a talk.
Okay.
Wait, Anna, how old are you?
She like gives you a look like, now you're asking.
Listen,
me how old I am?
yes, Azra's dealing with a lot of shit before this, okay? A lot of shit. Now is the time when she asks.
I'm 17. I was a grade under your sister in school.
Azra dies a little on the inside. Right, so we're going to have a talk with Caliban, and you're allowed to slap him. As much as you want. In front of people.
All the time.
All the time. Literally all the time. Don't let him touch you.
Fine.
It's the ABS brake clock system. Always be slapping.
Always be slapping.
So, boss, do we need to train more on sword fighting today?
Not today, but I do want to see how you handle an axe. It's
Fine.
Like I said, they're a bit more versatile than big choppy boys.
Tomorrow,
Tomorrow.
she like fist pumps. Okay, boys, drinks are on me. Across town. Taelon, you've made
Yeah.
your way to District 2. To a small, like, hole in the wall kind of drinking establishment.
Mhm.
And as you enter, you see Aila. She's sitting with two other people. One of them is obviously Azorius, and one seems to be guildless.
Mm.
And they're just like having a pint, laughing about something. But like when she sees you, she's like, "Excuse me for a moment," and heads towards you. Taylor, are you okay? Did we have an appointment?
We did not have an appointment, no. I was hoping to speak to you for hopefully only a moment's time. And I just do a stealthily shift, like look around. None of your work colleagues would hear.
Sure. She sort of like gestures for you to follow, and leads you like the place is tiny, but like she finds like a booth at the back. There's no one sitting in the next booth over. What's wrong?
Well, it would seem that my earlier task or hopes of you finding something out about Aaron has taken a turn for the worse. We may believe it either was a frame, but that he was attacked by a Saurus of the Lier color.
Azorius, but why would they want to attack your...
That is what we're hoping to find out. He has been going around a lot in Precinct 2, I believe, and talking to people of what I do not know. Maybe he stuck his nose out too far.
Well, from what I know about your brother, that seems probably true.
Very true, as a matter of fact.
Well, I mean, I can take a look around, see if his name is on any paperwork.
Anything you could find would of course be great help.
Do you
But I
know
would ask-
when he was taken?
We know he have gone missing for, at this point, well over a day now.
Fine. I was planning to go back and work a little bit of overtime for a couple of hours. I'll let you know if I find anything.
I thank you, but even if you already am, do be careful. The
Always.
others that I am with, we have the same idea that this goes deeper, perhaps, than any of us know, and could be serious, if not lethal, trouble.
I'll keep a low profile.
A smile. Thank you. Again.
Of course.
Now, I shouldn't keep you from at least a few minutes of merriment.
Thank you. We're just waiting for dinner.
Ah, I should head back and get some myself. It's been an interesting day.
Keep your nose clean. Be careful. If something is going on. I don't know. I just have a bad feeling.
So far I've managed, but I thank you for your concern.
She gives like a nod and gives your arm like a little squeeze as she leaves the table, and you can sort of see her like, "No, it's nothing, just a source."
I'll make my way back to the caldera.
Meanwhile, Mirai, you've been at the caldera all the time. What have you been doing?
I'll make sure I have that cloak identified, and I think there are also some light in the chest and Altair's stuff I found.
The cloak and the
Letters? Envelopes?
yeah. The cloak. Did I already tell you what it was?
I don't think so.
So the cloak is. Hang on, I have to go back to my notes. Yeah. So the cloak is a cloak of protection.
Okay.
And the letter seems to be magical, but what's it called? The spell.
I think I know which one you mean, but
It's the one that like writes things in code.
right.
That should be abjuration, right?
Probably. Illusory script, was that it?
Sounds about right.
It would be illusion if that's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, you know what spell it is. But it doesn't help you
Right?
much.
Just offended that all this stuff, like, obviously it wasn't intended for me then.
Yes.
Alright, I'll make plans to put it back then in that case.
Well, they're addressed to him.
Right. Makes sense. You want to protect future knowledge
Mm-hmm.
so we wouldn't damage the timeline. Makes sense.
So, at around 6, you see Sahili enter. And she's not alone.
Wildlife?
Yes.
Who is
And
she with?
Watley.
Gazood.
The same woman that she was with the first time that I met her. And you can like Sahili sort of sees you and gives you a smile, and the two of them sit down, and Kairos comes over and they order a meal and start eating, and they're like a third through dinner when Taelon returns, and shortly after the girls.
Is there an open chair near Sahili?
Yeah, they're sitting in a booth, so it fits 4 people.
Perfect.
There's
I'll
only 2
slide in right next to her.
She's like, oh, hello.
Hi.
Callista, yes?
Yes, you remembered. There's a thing that I thought maybe it reminded me of you because of like your jewelry and stuff, and I thought maybe since you're such a great designer and inventor that you would have some idea, or maybe you had something to do with it.
What thing?
Well, it sort of like flies around and makes this sound like top, 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 top. And it just like followed around the streets and would stop sometimes and like look at people, and then it flew back toward District 2. Do you know anything about it?
I mean, it sounds like a thopter.
Yeah, it's pretty much the sound it made. What is it?
Well, what do you want it to be?
I don't understand your question.
Well, a thopter is it's a vessel. It's a small flying device.
Yes.
They're fueled by ether. I mean, could you like draw it out for me?
Yeah, of course, I'm a really good artist. You want to check for that? I don't know what to... Ooh, just what?
Performance.
Yep. Pretty much looks like this. Actually, I think the way I drew it's an improvement. That has like wings and the face.
Well, I mean, I guess it looks a little bit like an ornithopter.
What does that mean?
Bird wing.
Yeah, it looked like it had bird wings, kind of. Or like a dragonfly, maybe, or something. So who makes them? Because this is the first time I've ever seen one, and I've lived in Ravnica for my whole life.
I mean, they're not very hard to make. Pretty much anyone could make them. I mean, they would be harder to make here.
In
There's
the
not so
District
much
10, you
ether.
mean?
Yes, in District 10, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
But I mean, I haven't built anyone.
That's pretty strange, because you're the only person that I've ever heard even say those words before, so... How do you know
I
so
mean,
much
I've
about
built
them?
plenty, but I haven't built anyone here in District 10. And this, and there's like a look of disdain on her face. This is a rudimentary thing. It lacks the elegance, the grace of what a doctor is truly capable of.
Do you know anyone that does make these doctors here? You were visiting a friend, was it? Do they know?
No.
Is there any others from District 10 then here that you will know of?
I mean... What color was it?
It was like blue and silver, kind of. And white.
I see.
What, do you think that's a clue?
Does she give a look when she says that?
Yeah, and she's looking at Watley when, like, they exchange a look.
Mariah will decide to press a little further. We think they come from, and I'll lean in a bit and talk a little bit more quiet. The Liev column, Dovin Bonds column.
There's like complete blankness. Like, you could have said, like, the Gibbledy column. And then you say Dovemban, and you can, like, see both of them, like, exchange a look and stiffen.
Do you two know him then?
No of.
What do you
He's
know
a-
about him?
He's a schemer.
Is he any good?
Yes. And he's not a nice man.
I think we had that pretty well figured out. I'm pretty sure that he's at least partially responsible for Isperia's death.
And odds are he's about to become one of the 10 most powerful people in Ravnica.
No, that cannot be allowed to happen. Dovimban is... I think evil is a strong word. I don't think he's evil, but he wants
Opportunistic.
power. He wants control. And he will do what it takes to get it. In
These
his
doctors-
world, there would be no people.
What do
Wait.
you mean, no
That's
people?
ominous.
Well, I don't mean he's a serial killer, but in his idea of a perfect world, there would only be order. And people are not order. We're chaos. We're messy and we cry and we love and we hate and if I lived in a different time, I might call him autistic even.
So this man, he's not from here either, is he?
No.
He's from District 3, like you said you were?
Yes.
Huh. Interesting.
Look,
You did say
Did you
that you were
raise-
from District 7, though.
When we first talked to you.
Who at least from District 7? Originally.
Oh, but you described District 7 really well and all of the things that you did there.
I mean,
how
I've
the
lived there
buildings
for
were.
some time. But... Look, I can see that you're not an idiot. We're not from District 7. Or District 3.
Oh my god.
Ezra gasps. No.
nor them.
Where are you really from?
It's called Kaladesh.
Is that like a bus stop or something?
I knew it. You are from an alternate reality in which Ravnica developed entirely differently, aren't you? Admit it.
No. Is she okay?
She has a thing with time. Don't worry about it.
And if you're living in a different time,
We're not living. We're all living here now in the same time.
It would have been sideways in time, and you took a portal
Well,
to come from this
yeah.
Kaladesh.
Can we just let her explain instead of the portals and the time?
Do you know what ether is?
Of course.
No.
A very strong drink.
have you been drinking ether?
No. Ether is... I don't know how to explain. It's the stuff between.
Between your toes?
It's sort of a liminal energy.
It is the material of creation.
Okay. So far, I'm with you.
Thopters are generally made by putting a little bit of ether into a mechanical construct.
Okay.
The place that I am from, ether is everywhere. It's in the skies, in the clouds, in the earth. Birds fly as the ether moves. And sometimes it's even in people. And those people are special.
In what ways are they special?
Well, like I said, ether is the stuff between. And if you have it in you, you too can move between.
What does that mean? You can move between what?
Planes. Worlds. Okay, think of it like this. This is Ravnica. She like puts a salt shaker in the middle of the table.
Mm-hmm.
And Ravnica is surrounded by space, by moons and planets, a sun, meteors, and then over here, and she like all the way across the table is Kaladesh. Kaladesh too is surrounded by planets, moons, rocks, sun, all of the things that makes a world a world. These are not the only two worlds that exist. There's probably an infinite number of them. Those who are born with the ether spark can step between. So for you, it's like this, and she like gestures at how far apart it is. For someone with the spark, it is, and she moves them right next to each other, and you can just use the stuff between to step, and she like walks her finger from the salt shaker to the pepper shaker. Understand? And Huatli is like, I don't fucking understand. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I don't...
I just make step and a new world appears.
Yes, exactly.
I understand. But this is going to take a little while, I think, to fully digest.
So this Dovenbond, he's somebody from not here, from another world.
Yes.
From your world.
Yes.
I mean, you recognize.
Well, I'm pretty sure, but
There are others, aren't there?
yes.
Gideon.
Being what I am. It is not without risk. Most people live entire lifespans never knowing what they are. But if you are born with a spark, it is like a flame in your chest that draws you to where you need to go. It's trouble. Most of my kind, we meet our end early. But we do not die. Instead, we move from one space to another, the spark pulling us where we need to be. Do you understand?
So you don't die. You're immortal?
As close to as you can be, I think. I know of planeswalkers who have been killed, but we do not age. That moment when you take your first step and your spark comes alive in you. To the universe, you are lost in that moment. You stay exactly the same. You do not age. You do not wrinkle. Your hair does not turn gray.
And this is a common thing for people in Kaladesh?
Kaladesh, no, it's not common. It's not common everywhere, but I think, yes, more common in Kaladesh than other places. Mainly because it's so suffused with the ether. But Tuatli's not from Kaladesh.
Where are you from, Lutley?
Ixalan.
Is that a nice place?
No.
I see. Oh, you did see fit to leave. Actually, seem to have a lot of outsiders here in Ravnica recently.
We followed someone here.
Ooh.
His name is Tazaret.
Why
Well-
were you following him?
He's working with someone. He was working with Dovin Bond. It seems we cannot go anywhere else.
What do you mean? You just said that you just go toop, toop, and you're in a different world.
That's true. But we cannot move from here.
You can't or you won't.
Can't.
Hmm.
So I take it that you're all trying to figure out how that happened and why you can't.
Yes. Well, I think we know why we can't.
Why not?
Why can't you?
There is an artifact.
And I assume it puts up some sort of etheric barrier preventing you from.
Exactly. She's like, oh my god, you get it. No, none of this, like, is it the stuff between your toes bullshit? Like, this girl has it. Yes, exactly.
Well, that's probably not good over a long-term period. And also, you said you were here to meet Jace once. Could he walk between worlds as well?
Yes, he was one of us.
Is that why someone had him killed?
I worry. Why else?
I suppose he was the guild pact of our world too, so his loss is keenly felt by all who appreciated any kind of order.
We're not the only ones of our kind here. There's many, too many, for it to be coincidence. I think someone is luring my kind here.
We did meet someone underground who didn't seem to know much about Ravnica and would try and take a big step but seemed panicked when they didn't go anywhere.
Did you get a name?
Don't think that we did we?
I don't think we did.
Redhead was wearing blue robes at the time.
I don't know.
You know, not everybody who has the same abilities knows one another.
No.
Seems kind of rude to assume.
Well, there are many worlds. And if any world that is capable of having human life is capable of producing those such as us, well,
And before your spark ignites, so to speak, do you have any foreknowledge that you have this ability?
no.
So how do you do it?
You just do. The heart knows. Spark knows. It's like biology, I suppose. Like sex. Your body knows what to do.
Oh,
It does seem as though we share some problems in common. So maybe we should work together on some of this.
What do you suggest?
Well, it seems like if you got lured here for some reason and you can't go, that it's for sure some kind of a trap. And if Dovin Ban shows up and you describe him as a person that doesn't want any people around, then maybe there could be connection, because he's already been fucking lots of things up in the couple of weeks that he's been here.
No, I mean, work together how?
Well, first things first would be to stop Dovin from getting any more power, I would assume.
Yeah.
Seems like he's doing enough underhanded things that if they were brought to a fair election wouldn't uphold him.
Or maybe we need to make sure that it's not a fair election.
Well, what do you suggest?
Well, we would have to find out who exactly votes. Maybe there can be some sort of rescheduling that some people don't know about. Or if he was actually responsible for getting rid of Vesperia, we just get rid of him too.
So Azoria's election is tomorrow.
It's not a lot of time.
There's not a lot of time.
And they will be held directly after Asperia's funeral.
Yikes.
Where will it be held? Where are the ballots cast?
I have to imagine in New Prague, but I wouldn't know where other than that.
Cordelia.
Cordelia's brother did mention that, that main square between the three towers was like where they had like big things.
What sort of evidence might you be able to present against somebody like Dovin Ban? I mean, we're kind of just taking your word for it that he's a bad guy.
Except the bloody arrows that seem to be produced by his thopters.
Hardly any.
It's interesting how well you all blend in. You two seem human, and Dovin seems to be a typical Vidalcan.
Well, most of the races appear to be more or less the same. Some historians theorize that planeswalkers were the first to colonize many planets, and that is why there is such a similarity. Some also theorize that the first men were all planeswalkers. They were probably born on a either rich planet.
I see.
Others theorize that the first planeswalkers were all dragons, and they brought humans, Vedalken, others as part of their horde when they colonized new planets.
Hmm.
So it would take a majority of Azorius to elect him, right? We could count on our hope that the majority of Azorius would be convinced by good evidence. If we were to provide maybe, like, say, I don't know, the witness who was the target of an assassination by Dovin Bond's Liev column, that might be something that other members of Azorius would be like, don't want to elect you, sorry, you're got some good ideas, but you're crazy.
You believe that he did?
Yeah, pretty sure. I mean, we have the weapon and everything. So I'm pretty sure that he knows something too. So if we could find him before tomorrow and bring him to the election and tell everybody, hey, this guy, one guy here is crazy, so vote for one of the other two and not for him. Maybe that works.
But you do realize if you brought him before his peers accused him of a crime he did not commit, and he could prove his innocence, you would pretty much guarantee that he won.
True.
I mean, you win some and lose some.
Be quite the gambit, but he's likely to be elected if we do nothing.
It doesn't change that outcome.
I do worry that he's manipulated the votes behind the scenes, though, if he's such a schemer.
Maybe, but you know, the law only really works if people have confidence in it. So if we presented this in front of a lot of other people and made it like a whole public thing, and it turns out that Taelon's brother has information that's damning to his election, you don't necessarily need to prove in facts that something is true or not. You just have to shake the public confidence.
But it's not the general public. It's Azoria.
You mean those people capable of telling truth from lie?
Yes, and the people who only care about fact.
But do we believe that Talon's brother really was attacked by Dobin's Thopters, that even if he were under a truth field, he would be able to say as such?
Alright, even if Talon's brother was attacked, you don't think he could just spin it that he thought that the centaur was doing something shady? Even if he wasn't at all. This is how Azorius handles the situation.
I take that as any reasonable person would think that kind of justice is no good if it attacks the innocent.
What I'm saying is, how could we prove innocence at this point?
We don't have to. What I'm saying, you're right about it being the Azorius and stuff that matter, but my point was more that for other people to care about the law, which is what Azorius cares about, they have to respect the law in the first place. You can't enforce the laws if nobody takes them seriously. If you turn all of the other guilds against Azorius because they're shown to not actually be following principles of justice in their law, then their job gets significantly harder to the point where it's impossible to do.
Well, I don't know much about Ravnican politics, but what would happen if Dov and Ban wasn't there when they were voting?
I don't know if it matters if he's present. But if you're saying we should kill him, I'm up for it.
Well, I was thinking more of maybe like borrowing him.
Kidnapping.
That's such an ugly word.
Man-napping.
Either way.
He wouldn't be an easy man to hold.
No, that's true.
No catch.
Doubly true.
And as we ponder that, we can take a break. Because it's break time. And I...
is here.
She is?
Yes, she has typed that she is here.
Okay.
Escort, yeah.
Then Taelon spoke, Joe spoke, Mariah spoke, Cordelia spoke. Everyone has spoketh.
Coordination?
What would you like to do? Have you formulated any plans?
Formulating plans.
Well, we have to find Taelon's brother. That's having to happen tonight.
Yeah.
Can we find him with like a spell or something?
I'd have to be more familiar with Taelon's brother. And it's a little high level for me. I hate to admit.
Well, we must know somebody else that can do it.
Trying
No?
to look at Sahili.
No.
You seem familiar with Thopters. Maybe if we had a bird's eye view.
I mean, I could build one for you, but it would take me a couple of hours.
Hmm.
Ether is not very plentiful here.
That's okay. There will be good old-fashioned legwork then.
What did you learn about what happened to him while I was gone?
We found an alley where he was likely attacked. Other than that,
Nothing apart from that.
we were gonna look for witnesses, but we didn't want to cause a scene.
I have a friend who is looking into it as well. But when anything turns up, I don't know.
What kind of scene were you going to cause by asking questions?
Likely, if anyone saw an attack like that, there would be assumptions to stay quiet, to not be the next on Azorius's list.
We also thought they wouldn't talk to non-Azorius people.
Well, we could look like Azorius.
Yeah.
How?
Get a couple uniforms. In fact, I think I have one. I'll have to check. But anybody that saw something would be able to help us.
We just don't need suspicion or a target on us. This Dovenbon fella, he seems to definitely know what he's doing, to have everything planned out.
All the more reason to be disguised then.
Of course, if one of us does make a scene, it would tell us something about who responded first, wouldn't it?
Perhaps.
Okay. Can any of you track me or find me? Like, at all?
I can depends on where you're going.
Well, I don't know.
No, I can't.
I can make it easier to follow you, at least.
I can always know your location for an hour, but it's gonna hurt. I don't recommend this plan. I'm just telling you my capabilities.
What do you mean?
I would spike your mind. And I would be able to find that spike. But again, it's gonna hurt.
How long does it last?
An hour.
It won't be enough. Okay. Maybe you don't have to. Here's what you could do. You could always... Azra, you could always talk to my dad. And I know he has money, and he could maybe talk to somebody in the column or something.
Elisa, what are you doing?
I'm just making plans in case something goes wrong, so that we're not...
In case you get arrested.
Yeah. But nothing else is coming up, so I think I should go. I should ask people in broad daylight. Nobody's gonna try to hurt me then, and it doesn't involve any of the rest of you. And if you don't know where I go, then you'll know what to do. But we have to find him. And if this is the only way to do it, then it's what we have to do.
I'm not letting you do that by yourself.
somebody has to talk to Damokos to get me out, Azra.
Just not have you be arrested.
Why?
That would be ideal.
Why
but-
are we not just having some people get disguises and ask witnesses?
That's what I'm doing.
That's what
but
she's
if
trying
that-
to do, but she's coming up with a backup plan in case, you know, she gets spotted
Yeah,
and arrested.
right.
But
I should be fine though, you guys.
if you're pretending to be somebody else, wouldn't that impede anything Damokos could? Because at that point, you're not his daughter. You're just whoever you're disguised
Well, they
as.
would know that I was disguised.
Yeah, as soon as she gets caught.
Alright, I don't hear other ideas, so...
I mean, I'm going to put it out there that all things considered, I probably Damokos either. But, you know, just putting that out there now. All things.
You kind of cut out.
I don't think I would be able to talk to Damokos either.
I know where your house is. I would talk to him.
Thank you.
The fact that people are scared to talk to your dad. He was so nice.
It's not
I
so
know.
much scared. I just don't think I should talk to anybody that has anything to do with Talia right now. Anyways, plan, talk, find Talon's brother. We do this.
Alright,
Yes.
show me where the alley is.
Shouldn't we get
I'll get
changed
disguised.
before we go?
Yeah. Looks super Azorius-y.
Super. So, where are you going?
As she walks off, I put a hunter's mark on it.
She's going to where we found the darts, where we assume Talon's brother was hit.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's getting pretty late.
Yeah.
I want to look around for clues. Because I didn't do that the first time.
So is everybody going, or?
I'll come since I can disguise myself. With disguise self.
I am coming, but I would like to look on from a distance, so I will break away
Same.
from the pack before we get to that point.
Okay. Yeah, so the entire party heads to Azorius to be sneaky.
Mm-hmm.
Snaky.
And Cordelia, you were investigating. Why don't you roll me an investigation?
Yeah!
And Kalista, you were going door to door, knocking on.
Yep.
Knocking down doors.
Give me deception. Okay. Mirai, what are you doing?
I'd like to come with Callista. I'll cast Disguise Self so I look like it's kind of.
In Azoria's guard?
Yeah.
Does disguise self only work on your face or like?
It's a whole body thing, but
It just doesn't disguise the voice.
Okay.
And
right.
it's incorporeal. So if someone were to, like, if she was
To, like,
pretending to be
pat
someone
me.
taller,
Yeah.
yeah, they would know.
Yeah, I think in Mirai's case, she probably just appears a little bit bulkier since she's appearing to wear Azoria's armor.
Right.
And Azra,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
I am keeping an eye on Callista and Mirai, but from a distance.
Okay, give me a perception.
Cool. It's actually a 5 because I have
I know.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure you know.
And Taelon, what are you doing?
I would have been doing the same as Asriel, just staying a fair bit away since I have the mark on Callista. I can at least be quite a fair distance.
Roll me a perception.
I love me perceptions, yay. Oh wow, average. Woo!
Medium.
Size
and
medium.
Average.
Don't trust it. Much better than that.
Cordelia, as you examine the crime scene again, you notice a few things that it appears other people did not. There are, in addition to the hoof prints, there are also impressions from like a boot.
Oh.
And not the Canadian type. It appears like there were soldiers here.
Mm-hmm.
At least some point in time. Quite a few. Judging by the imprints on the ground that you find, you would guess somewhere in like the region of like 10 to 15.
Now, would that be average for an Azorius patrol, or does it seem fit?
It seems high for a patrol. Patrols generally have like around 6 people, so this would be like a double patrol.
So it seems like a sting.
Mm-hmm. Callista, you're walking door to door. The neighborhood is quite affluent. It's mainly like servant staff opening the doors. And most of these buildings appear to belong to high-ranking Azorius officers. You do get like, oh yeah. No, it was late last night, early well, the night before last or early that morning. The maids had just gotten up. The guards detained a young hoodlum. Wasn't quite sure what he was doing there, but like no one's up to anything good at 4 o'clock in the morning. The neighborhood is going to hell. Kids of today, blah blah blah.
Mhm.
I do think you and Mirai notice one thing as you're knocking down doors, doing your thing. There are a couple of names that you recognize, but one name stands out. It is on the house directly across from the alley, and the name on the doorbell says Dovin Bond.
Oh shit.
Just over in Bond's house. You guys. What time of day is it?
Gonna be late evening, isn't it?
Yeah, it's at this point, it's probably around like 9 in the evening.
I want to look in the windows.
Sure. Give me a perception check. There are windows. As you look inside, you see what appears to be a Vidalcan man in his mid-40s, maybe? If he was human. Early middle age. He's like hunched over a desk, working on what appears to be paperwork.
Alright, do you think that's him?
It fits his description.
I will, like, quietly... Is this, like, the front door, or are we, like, alongside, in an alley? Like, how conspicuous am I being looking into this window?
Well, like, you were at the front door, like, you've been going house to house, knocking on doors here. Then you come to this house, and you're, like, looking at the doorbell, and it says Dovin Bon, and you're like, oh, shit. Like, if you wanted to go around to a corner before you, like, peered in, that's fine. You could totally do that.
Yeah. Alright, do you have any, like... ways to put him to sleep or anything?
Could cast sleep, but he'd likely resist it or counterspell it. Even taking him by surprise, it's unlikely we'd get anywhere.
Alright. What if Let's get the others.
Okay.
Like, hurry everybody back into an alley nearby the house.
The same alley
Yeah.
where it all went down.
Okay, so what did everybody find?
I think Taelon's brother was set up.
Set up how?
Well, it was more than just a patrol. I was here, it seemed like 2 patrols were waiting and converged on it.
So they knew.
Hmm.
Probably spotted him with one of those stopper things the first time he had come out here and then waited for him to come back. That or someone set him up, as you said.
Both seeming possible.
How long do you think? Because this is his house. I saw his name and I think I saw him in the window. How long do you think that you could distract him for?
What kind of distraction do you need?
Like something that will keep him not facing the inside of his house for a little while. Not for too long.
It's hard
The-
'cause
The first thing I think of is seduction, which throws disguises out the window, for me at least.
I don't know if Dovin, from all we've heard of him, would be susceptible to seduction.
But maybe he would be susceptible to an independent investigation of things by the Boros Legion.
Perhaps.
That's a little implicating.
What do you mean?
Okay, he's distracted with a Boros legionnaire asking questions regarding what may have taken place outside of his house. Okay, it's fine. Then he realizes that something goes wrong in his house. And then there's a war between Boros and Azorius.
Yeah. Yeah.
Though if Dovin gets elected tomorrow, there likely will be a war between Azorius and Boros.
Mm-hmm.
What about Orzhov?
Them too.
No, I mean, like, in all honesty, at this point, I could give 2 shits about Orzhov as implying anything. And to be fair, they're already in a 3-way split about what the fuck they're deciding to do.
True.
Could work. Do you think you can keep him occupied for a few minutes?
I can do my best. And if it doesn't work, you know what? They have other ways.
Azra, I'm
Alright.
just saying, if all else fails and you start losing his interest, stay with me. Just lift your shirt. Don't say a word. Just do that.
I don't. That's Cordelia.
All men are the same.
He's a Vidalcan.
I raise an eyebrow. It's like,
He's a Vidalcan, though. They're not men, really.
boobs are boobs.
Taelon, can you keep an eye out for those whirly-gig things in the sky, the thopters? Make sure that you're all spread out to not look like you're in the big group next to his house.
Of course I can.
Callista,
Then I
can
would
you...
not be distracted by shirts lifting.
Wow, you're taking offense to that quite a bit, Taelon.
Okay.
Either way. Callista, could you do me... could you whip me up looking Zori... Orzhov document?
Yeah, for sure. Think I got some stuff in my case. Yeah, it'll pass. He doesn't know.
Good, good. This is good. This is good. This is gonna be great.
Just remember what I did the last time.
Oh,
Do you
wait.
remember?
Maybe I shouldn't do it. Fuck. I haven't slept in like almost 2 days now.
That's deeply troubling.
In more ways than one.
But you're
Listen,
right.
it's not something that we need
We
to
need
talk about.
someone.
I just feel that I am getting too far ahead of myself. I could distract him, I don't know how well it would go, and when I get flustered, I end up doing the violent route, and I feel like if I punch a leader
No.
of a thing, it would be very bad for me.
I was hoping you would forget all about your exhaustion.
Nope.
She was just sitting like, forget.
Soon. ...
Yeah.
Oh, so she didn't get to sleep after party night drinking?
Nope.
She decided not to sleep.
Yeah, I
She,
went and...
she had plenty of opportunity. She made that choice.
Oh god.
I went and stole some keys, okay?
Oh god.
And found out some information.
Oh god.
Okay. Disguise me instead. I'll do my best.
Or disguise me because I'm charismatic.
Wait, Cordelia. I know that you don't want to
You were
do
gonna
it. I know
flash
that
him.
you don't want to do it, but you're the same size as me.
Okay.
You could wear my clothes.
Okay. We need something to hide my hair.
Callista? You got that kit?
I have a dagger if you want to get rid of some of it.
No. Just the kit. The kit
You
should
could
have
hide
a
it in
dye
your
in it.
pocket.
Do you have dye?
It has dye in it. I've seen you do it.
I have some dye, yes. Are you sure you don't want a haircut?
No, Callista.
Please.
No.
It would look really cute.
No, it wouldn't. Shh.
Fine. When you dye your hair in the alley, we're gonna cut it afterward anyway.
Well, we're about to strip and switch clothes in the alley too, so this... so it's just... Taelon, block the front of the alley.
Yeah, I was just thinking about doing
I
just
could
that.
put you in a tiny hut.
Oh, that might actually work. That would be real chill.
Right. A ritualized tiny hut in the alley.
And then I will... I will...
This is becoming a theater production next to the house I'm trying to break into.
Okay, well, I strip off my clothes and armor and give them over to... Not my armor, just my clothes.
Just clothes.
Yeah, just clothes.
Also
You don't
just
get this.
clothes, yeah.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if I can take this off, to be fair. But there you go.
You put your clothes on over your armor.
No, there's a lot
You
of
sleep in
wiggling
it?
and some Vaseline.
Okay,
How
wouldn't
can you
just the
take your
clothes
clothes off
suffice?
and not your armor?
Cover
Yeah,
your
the clothes...
borders
No,
and-
no, the clothes are fine. Here you go.
Delia dons the clothes.
Done,
Good
done,
shit.
done.
Mirai,
Yep.
can you check to make sure that, like, okay, I need to find a door or a window that's along the side that I can get into.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that there is one. Prefer a door. A window is a second option.
There is at the back of the house. There is a basement entrance. You know those like covers that you can sort of like.
Yeah.
They're like slightly diagonal off the wall, and you can pull them up. Those kinds.
Right.
Something like that. Otherwise, there are also there's a balcony on the second floor.
Okay, going for that. Do you think that
Cool.
you could... There's that door up there on the balcony. Could you, like... I guarantee that there's an alarm spell on it. Could you get rid of that for me?
Okay. Do I need detect magic to be able to find the spell to dispel it?
I mean, if you think there's an alarm on the door, you can just dispel magic the door. You don't necessarily like that. That's why dispelling a person can be so incredibly bad, because you
Right. You don't know
Fuck
what's
up.
going on.
yeah.
Okay, but I'll do it right before you go in because he may notice.
Yeah. Do it at the same time that Azra knocks. Or that Cordelia knocks, I mean. The
Right.
disguise is so good that I mistook them for one another.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like a prepared action. When I hear Cordelia knock, I'll dispel magic.
Mm-hmm.
And Cordelia knock really loud to get his attention, okay?
Okay. And I'm stalling him by questioning him about the incident
Yeah, the
that
nasty
happened
stuff
outside of-
that happened.
Because you have
He has an Orzhov debt, and you want to be sure he can still settle.
You need
Yes.
to know where he is, where he's being held.
because he
That's
has
Oh.
the
the
Orzhov debt.
information that we know.
Oh.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
what's his name?
Taelon, what's his name?
Aaron.
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 Velisai.
Aaron Elisai.
No, Velisai with a V.
Elisai.
We'll write it
Else.
down for you. Here.
Oh, okay. Just write it on the back of my hand.
It's on the paper.
Okay.
Okay, we got this.
Alright, we'll wait for the knock. And I'll get into position.
Give me an athletics check.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Can I help her up to the balcony?
Sure.
I would like to help her up to the balcony.
Yeah, it's a bit of a climb, but you get there. It has like, what's it called? Greenery growing outside. Like ivy. So there's plenty of handholds.
Okay.
You make it up there. Mirai was coming up too, or
Yeah, suppose, huh?
Yep, I would help Mariah as well.
give me another athletics.
Ooh.
Very well.
Let's scramble up that ivy.
Yeah,
It's
pepper.
scrappy.
It's blue ivy. Yeah, you both make it make it up there. You're like standing at the ready, waiting for the knock.
Yep.
Knock, knock, knock!
Jesus Christ.
Give me Arcana check or
Okay, yeah.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's like that, slight sparkle of magic fading.
Knock, knock, knock!
You hear footsteps from inside. It takes a moment or two, but there is a woman. She appears to be human. Mid-60s, maybe?
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Can I help you?
I am sorry to be bothering you so late. I have questions. Do you live here?
She nods.
Are you aware of a possible incident that happened last night or at all yesterday?
She nods. Yes, there was a commotion pretty late. Or early. Wait, where did my power go? My computer is like, okay, low power. We're about to turn off now, and I'm like, wait, where's my Come on, plug in. I remember. Yeah, she told her that she remembered the incident from last night.
Were you able to see what happened?
No. I hadn't even gotten out of bed. I could hear guards yelling. Someone running. I mean, this is a safe neighborhood, but every now and then you get a hoodlum or two.
Yes, I see. Do you happen to know if the hoodlum was apprehended?
Oh, I would believe so, yes.
Is there anyone else in this household that was here during the incident?
No.
I see. And do you know what happened to initiate the incident?
No, as I said, it happened when I was still in bed. I could only hear a little of it. I didn't catch what happened beforehand. I didn't even woke until the screaming started.
Screaming?
Yes, I think someone was injured.
Did you tell anyone about this incident?
Tell any? I mean, the guards were already here.
So you didn't report anything?
No. I saw the guards. They seem to have the situation under control.
Is there anything else you want to tell me that I haven't asked?
No. She seems like slightly confused about the question, like.
I am simply trying to figure out what happened, ma'am.
Of course, I would assume that if you talked to the watch officers, they would have a report on the incident. But
Now, pardon me, I'm sorry, I'm so focused on work, I didn't catch your...
Nastia Gusta.
Pleasure. Denise Farrow.
She smiles, nods, generally polite.
I apologize, I'm not from the area at all. Could you point out a inn for me to stay at?
Oh, yes. There are plenty of good inns in the neighborhood. You have the Red Goose. It's for younger people, but they have nice live music. I go there with my husband sometimes. If that's
Wonderful.
something you would be interested in. There's the Soaring Eagle. A lot of the military personnel from Azoria stay there. It's simple, cheap, clean rooms.
And, I'm sorry. The first inn you mentioned, that was the Red Goose?
Yes.
Terribly sorry again. Could you give me direction?
Of course. Well, what you do is, and she sort of like steps out on the stoop. You know, it's 2 streets up, then the first right, and then you follow that until you come to the intersection with the yellow stoplight and then it's 2 blocks to the right. You can't miss it. Huge, like, goose painted on a sign. Occasionally, eggs drop down from it.
What?
I mean, it is an illusion. Like, the tourists, they find it funny, yes?
I suppose, yeah. And then, the other inn you mentioned had Azorius soldier?
Mm-hmm. The Soaring Eagle, yes. Well, it is, and she, like, starts giving you directions to that as well.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, Callisto.
Mm-hmm.
What you doing?
Well, trying to... If I just rolled in case the door was locked, which I assume it probably was as well.
Yes, it was locked, and that is fine.
Okay. I'm going to tiptoe around. What's in the first room that I'm in here?
It appears to be like a hallway. Like, you can see the staircase opposite you. So the staircase comes from like the hallway underneath and then up, and then you can see 4 doors. Like they appear to be like bedroom doors.
Okay. I'm looking. Okay, can I peek down the stairs? Like, if I look down the stairs, am I looking toward the door? Like, if I saw Dovin in there looking at stuff, is that table that he was sitting at
No,
visible?
he appears to be like below one of the bedrooms. Like in a study.
In a study. Fuck. Okay.
But you can hear the soft chatter coming from the doorway.
I think I'll just go, like, door to door. Just quickly opening. If anything looks like it's a study or, like, has... I'm just looking for anything to suggest that he's, like, tied up in some kind of scandal or,
Yeah, okay.
anything that would implicate him.
The first door that you open, roll me a d4. Is a workshop.
Okay.
You
That's
see
promising.
parts of what you now know are thopters.
Okay.
Various stages of construction. You can see about 10 here. A couple that look done, that's like on a shelf, and then there are other on workbenches lying around.
Okay, that's very good information to have. I'm not gonna meddle with anything in there because it's not really gonna lead us anywhere other than to know that he is the one making them. I'll try the next.
It appears to be a bedroom. Does not appear to be lived in. Like, it looks like a guest bedroom. Like, it's
Guest room.
super generic.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to thoroughly search that room.
The guest room?
Yeah, the guest room. Yes.
Roll me a d20. Okay. Yeah, you search it. Search it well, search it good, you know, check behind all the paintings, looking for that hidden safe. None of it. Like, there's no clothes in the wardrobe. The only thing in the dresser are a couple of folded towels, like ready for if a guest stays.
Okay.
On the other side, the other 2 doors, it is 2 more bedrooms. Both of them appear lived in.
I'll check the nightstands first.
The first one has... It looks like a woman's room. There is, you know, there's not a lot of stuff, but There's like a dress hanging, some scarves, a jacket. The nightstand is like there's a couple of coins in there, a half-read book. A few pieces of correspondence.
Doesn't look significant though.
I mean, it appears to be mainly letters. None of them mention "let's take over the world," Pinky.
Yeah. Can I see who they're from?
No, they're not signed. And they're all addressed to my darling brother. They appear to have not been sent. And the only signature is an L.
Okay.
Like an ornate, snorkely L. Stop breathing, nerds. And most of the clothing is like, it's appropriate for Ravnica. Darker tones, severe, solid cut. Like a bit low cut maybe, but
all right, I'll check the other room, closets behind clothes, things like that. False bottoms.
So the next room, the one that's like directly across from the workshop, is Dovin Bond's room. Like it's obviously a male's room. It has tons of little like tinkering things around. A couple of sketches. There is a journal in the nightstand.
Okay.
There is plenty of clothing, most of it in Zoria's colors. Couple of pieces of jewelry, none that look like very expensive, but like an Azorius insignia, a ring. Yeah, I think the most significant thing that you find is the journal.
Okay. I'll keep it.
Mirai, what are you doing? Are you staying on the balcony? Are you getting back down?
I think as long as it doesn't look like there's trouble, I'm just gonna lay low.
Hang out
in the balcony, hopefully watching for Khaleesi's return or a signal from below to get out.
And Azrael, what are you doing?
I was staying in the alley below the balcony, waiting for a signal or for Khaleesi Mirai to need help to get down from the balcony.
Taelon, can you roll me a perception check?
Of course! Let us see if I can roll well. Haha!
Excellent.
Bless you, tiny horse.
You do, like, every now and then you do hear, like, that thop, 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 but, like, not directly above you.
Hmm.
And you're, like, fine, 10, 15 minutes. You're starting to get restless. Cordelia is, like, talking up a storm with this old woman, like, well, I just moved into town, and it's super hard to find an affordable place to live, like. And
So how are the bachelors?
And Taelon, you hear a noise. And it's boots. Boots on the ground.
Any indication of how many? 2, 6, 12?
More than 5.
More than 5.
Less,
So
less than 20.
direction.
They're coming down the main road.
And what does it seem to be? A Saurians patrol?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. And like, the house, is it like, does it have a little front yard walled off or something, or is it like just front
It's
door?
one of those, like, British houses, so it has like 2 patches of greenery with a flower bed on either side of the door.
Okay, so it's a plain sight.
Yeah. But, like, Cordelia, who's not Cordelia right now, is standing on the stoop, like, talking up a storm with this old woman.
Mm-hmm. Thinking if I have anything, cause I mean, they're probably just going by. What could possibly happen?
Yeah. No.
Hmm. I would make it. Oh God. I would just make it so when, like, I would move a little bit further up toward them, like, but I could actually stay where I am, but then try to make it seem as if like, I would get out in front of them, like, without, like, being that stupid bystander, a civilian that's like, oh, like, just no to someone on the other side of the street or something, and just almost gallop out in front of them to make a bit of a ruckus, just so the others may be aware that, hey, maybe a patrol, and I don't get in trouble either than a verbal warning.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Hopefully I don't end up like my brother with arrows.
So how are you, like, warning the others?
I mean, the balcony, how is that low? Is that on the other side of the building?
It's in, like, it's
On
on the
Lana's side.
side of the building, yeah.
Yeah, so in Lana's side. I would still, like, make a note there, like, trying to get out in front of them, cross street, and, like, whistle semi-loud and just call out to someone on the other side. So that would probably make at least a head turn, and hopefully them hearing something that would be similar to my voice.
Mm-hmm.
Would make them know that, well...
Yeah, the commotion of the collision is what
Yeah,
I'm...
and the whistling, and just... There's something happening, and Taelon wouldn't probably do that if...
Right.
For no reason whatsoever.
Mirai, you hear this.
Okay.
And Cordelia, you hear this. Callista is very busy, like, flipping through pages of a journal.
Hmm.
Well, I'm just stashing it. I don't have time
Well,
to read it. Like, my whole plan
yeah,
was to
but
be in
you're
here and out in
also-
60 seconds.
Well, I mean, it's been more like 10 minutes at this point. There was a lot of rooms. The word was thorough search. So, what do you do, Cordelia?
Delia would probably like pause the conversation and be like, "Oh, what the come on?" How strange.
And Mirai?
I'm going to peek my head in the door that Callista.
Yeah, I think like you've seen her crossing back and forth in the hallway. You know what room she's in.
I'm gonna try and message her the cantrip.
Uh-huh.
Say, I think our time is up.
Yeah, I would come straight out. And back out the window, closing it. Or door, whatever. Door, I think.
Mm-hmm. Azrael?
I will start helping them down as soon as they look like they're ready to come down the balcony.
Give me an athletics check.
Oh boy.
Mirai and Callista.
Not fucking bad, all things considered.
I was thinking of like levitating or misty stepping down.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yep, you
Less than 30 feet.
Slot.
I can get him back by casting divination spells. So it's not too dire. I'm gonna levitate down.
Okay. You levitate down. The footsteps of soldiers are marching ever onward. Cordelia, are you still in the doorway? Like on the stoop?
No, she would be. You know how when you're trying to disengage from conversation politely, you just like slowly start making distance and just. She'll repeat the directions back to the lady once and then, oh, have a great night.
Yeah. And she's like, okay, night. And the door is like shutting. And you hear from behind you, citizen, halt! You're suspected in crime.
Okie dokes.
Oh, I probably didn't make that exceptionally clear then. I was also trying to stall them, not just make noise, but like really like
Yeah.
get in their fucking way and hope. Oh yeah, so I'm. Oh wonderful.
You're the one.
Yeah, I'm the one.
You're the citizen!
Oh, okay.
Clear.
Well. I just give them a look like, pardon?
There's like a man in front, obviously like the lieutenant or sergeant of the squad. And he makes like a, make it quick motion. Please do not resist. We are placing you under arrest.
Oh. But I would like to understand the suspected crime I have committed. I believe that it is my right.
An accessory.
To what?
Breaking and entering.
Centaurs are terrible at breaking and entering.
Probably why you're the lookout.
Centaurs do have very good eyes. Yet, breaking?
Please submit. And you can see, like, 6 of them have stopped, but 6 of them keep marching.
They happen to be marching to the alley.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm assuming I can I hear the boots then at
Oh
this
yeah,
point?
like it's
okay.
getting increasingly loud.
Oh, and I don't have clothes on. Awesome. This is gonna be fucking weird.
Wait. You didn't exchange?
Why wouldn't you put the
Did
other
we
clothes
exchange?
on?
Did we?
Yes.
Yes,
She didn't
you
just
swapped
put your
clothes.
clothes
I
on
just
over.
exchanged clothes. That's fine. I'm fine with that. I misunderstood.
No, go
what's
on.
happening.
I enjoyed
Yeah.
that idea of the naked Azrael standing in an alleyway. Like, sup, boys?
Oh,
They'll
hello.
arrest you on prostitution charges for sure.
Yeah.
Fuck. No, Azra just turns and looks at Mariah and Kalista and then looks back at Mariah and goes, "Can you get both of you out of here? Like, now."
Delia would have been walking back to the alley, or at least where the halt, citizen, came from.
Running is our best bet.
Yeah, that was over.
Mhm. Mariah?
Yeah, we're legging it. I'm legging it. I don't know about you
I
two.
don't think you should leg it out where they're going to catch us. You need to go up and
Is this a
put
dead
that
end alley?
way. Yeah, is it a
Yes.
dead end? Yes! Up and out! Up and out!
I can fly. I can't carry anyone.
How tall are the roofs here?
3 floors.
Fuck. God damn it, Kalista, why don't you have exits?
Well, Kalista's down on the street next to you.
Yeah, I know, that's what I
Yeah.
mean. Like, why don't
Yeah.
you have magical ways to get out of Dead End Alley?
Mirai can fly.
Mariah
Taelon
can
is currently being placed under arrest.
Yep.
Cordelia, you see, like, this guard patrol just keep marching ever closer.
And they're Azorius?
Yep.
Of course they are.
Yeah. Alright.
Let's put $50 on that. That house is so heavily enchanted it hurts.
Well, for starters, Delia's
Did I mention the completely finished Thopters that were sitting on the shelf? I did, didn't I?
Oh no.
Yeah, pretty sure I did. Yeah, I did.
Delia's gonna reach into her booby pocket in her armor. Because her brother gave her a good present.
You're in the wrong clothes.
I didn't take my armor off.
You're still in Warzov gear, though.
Warzov is over top.
Maybe if you weren't lying to a lady, though.
Callisto, what's your exit strategy?
Okay, so it's a dead end alley.
Yeah, at the back, it's like it ends in a wall. Knowing what you know about the area, let me just move you back to precinct 2. No, that's 1, 2. So, your boy was standing. I should probably be in there.
It's Centaur Alley.
Where? Yep. And the house is like this house, and the alley is like this alley, and it's just a brick wall at the back. The brick wall is 3 stories high, though. Like, if you climb it, there's another street behind.
Okay. Sewer. Is there access in this alley?
Give me a perception check. Yes, there is a grate.
Yep, going for the grate. I'm small. I can fit into things.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty good idea, actually. Except they're gonna figure it out.
We'll have time to get away, though.
Taelon, are you resisting being arrested by these people?
See, the first thought was, oh yeah, I'll get away, but like, they know the fuck I am. They have nothing on me because that thing was inside the building, I'm very sure. So, hell no, I'm not resisting at this point because that would be terrible.
Yeah, they basically like just shackle you and start leading you towards the other troop. Callista, give me an acrobatics check. Like, it's a tight fit. You're gonna have to squeeze a bit.
Suck in those hips.
Mm-hmm. It's not the hips, it's more like greasing the shoulders.
Suck in those shoulders.
Azrael, what are you doing?
I'm going to wait until I know that Callista and Mirai are out of the alley.
Mirai, are you levitating out of the alley or are you flying?
Flying, because I feel like I might need more tools to get away. Although if I'm technically already concentrating on levitate, I can just levitate up and over. But then I'd have to drop down. Yeah, I'll fly out.
Okay. So you see Callista kind of like plop down with like a and Mirai soaring up and above.
Yeah.
It's you and Cordelia are the 2 people that are left.
Have they seen me, the guards, then?
Give me a perception check. Probably. I mean, you can see them.
Yep. Okay. I am. Callista's gone. Mirai's gone. Taelon has been arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Hands up.
And Cordelia?
Walking towards them with my booby paper.
You know, that tiny hut is still up in the...
No, it's not, because you're not in it.
Oh, because I'm not in it, that's right.
Yeah.
Aw.
I'm like, you can hide in there for 8 hours. Looking forward of you.
Yeah, if you were still in it, it would still be up, but you're not in it.
But
so
that's
now
a
it's
terrible
down.
exit strategy, anyway.
I mean, it's an 8-hour reprieve. And Cordelia, you're walking towards them, and the one who seems to be in charge was like, "Halt, ma'am."
And she'll stop. Hands in the air, holding that paper.
I'm placing you under arrest. We will be taking you in for questioning. There's like two guys come up. Like one of them watches the other as he sort of places your hands behind your back. One of them takes the paper. None of them like really look at it. Like, yeah, we're putting you in cuffs now.
Sir, I'm not arresting, but I do request that you read that paper.
The guard that like handcuffed you like passes the paper along to the guy standing right next to him, and he passes the paper along to like the person who seems to be in charge.
Mm-hmm.
Find him. We will be taking you in for questioning. If you answer our questions to our satisfaction, you should be released by morning.
Okay.
Find the other ones. And you see like a couple of the guards like scatter. Two of them like put the cuffs on Azrael. Can I get stealth checks from Mirai and Callisto?
You sure probably can.
Natural 20.
Yeah, like I think Mirai is just like you're pretty familiar with District 10. You've lived here for a long time. Precinct 2 might not be your home, but you're pretty close to where Altair used to live.
Sure.
So I think like Mirai's probably beelining towards like familiar territory, so she can, you know, take those sneaky Izzet routes out of here. Callista, you land in the sewer, like the actual fucking sewer. It's not great. But it's not the worst place you've ever been. And why don't you roll me a survival check? Okay. Taelon, Cordelia, and Azrael, you're led towards New Prov. And they don't take you like through the main entrance. You're in like a basement area. Like you go in sort of underneath. Like
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Does Delia recognize any of these guards?
Roll me a history.
Oh boy. Oh boy!
Yes. Yeah, you do. You recognize two of them. One of them you saw at the I want to say conclave, but at the guild meeting
Okay.
when Asperia died. And the other one, he was a friend of your brother that like when they went through basic together. So instead of like taking you, am I on the right layer? Okay, yeah, I am. Instead of like, fuck you.
I didn't know you felt that way.
This way, they're like going like in the lower sections under here, and there's like plenty of passageways underneath. And each of you is like placed in a detainment cell and asked to like, we're sorry for the inconvenience, we will have someone here to take your statements shortly. They're very polite about arresting you, like very firm, but very like, you are getting arrested, but they're very polite about it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're all placed in like separate cells, but you can like sort of make out where the other people are. And Taelon, you hear a familiar voice. Taelon? Is that you?
Is it from the cell or another?
Yeah, it's from the cell across from you.
Do I see who?
No, the cell's in darkness. Like the hallways are illuminated,
lit,
but the
yeah.
cells themselves are dark. It is late, so you would imagine like lights out have happened.
Depends who is asking.
I think you recognize the voice.
Aaron.
It's Aaron.
And
that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh, wow. I clicked the wrong thing.
Y'all.
Prison break!
Yes! You know what? The one thing I'm happy about is at least I'll never lose my bow.
Oh, look at that, yeah.
I will also never lose my
Exactly.
sword. That's why I'm like, I'm just gonna get arrested. Gotta break out. I have a weapon.
Yeah, I just need arrows. But hey.
That
And
is very
I
true.
couldn't get arrested. They would take my museum apparatus
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
fast.
you would be
Ooh.
fucked. That's like you and Kalista would be the most fucked by getting arrested.
Yep.
Us three have the
Um,
best chance of getting out of
Am I
this.
still in the sewer?
I mean, at this point, you
'Cause
are
I
where
had an idea.
Yeah, like you are where you pretty much want to be. Like you could have climbed back out. Like they were pretty swift and efficient. 20 minutes later, they were gone off the street. So if you wanted to crawl out where you came in,
No, all I wanted to do actually was like use the sewer to get like a little bit of distance, like into that center area, and come out and find. Can I see an Azorius guard that's like from the Sova tower? That's the one that
yeah, probably.
Broderick works for, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I come out and I see that? Awesome. I'm going to run directly toward one of them. Is there more than one? Or is it just a single?
I don't know. I guess we'll figure that out a week from now.
Okay.
The next section.
All right. Actually,
I
not a
just
week
want to
from now, though,
mention that Delia would definitely just be small talking.
The guards are very polite about arresting you. We're just doing our job, ma'am.
Patrol
yeah.
duty,
Doing
am
our
I
job.
right?
Azra's having a fucking sleep.
I want to have a fucking sleep.
Oh, I bet.
I know, right?
Yeah.